Oop. Ooh, that's a rough open. Ow. Ding ding. Sorry, forgot that part. Son of a bitch. I'm saying up to 1690. Okay, there's the morning gap fill. Phew. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Hope you feel well. Yeah, I'm alright. Thanks, man. Interesting. That's not really the way we want to see arbitrage going. Why did I buy end phase calls? I don't know. Why? What the fuck were you thinking? Getting a little bit of a Vic short here. Morning goes to Clarence Saunders. You're still feeling the Italy loss from yesterday? What? Why the fuck did I buy GME calls? For the funds? I assume. CRM looking good to you? The market's trending down. Did you read the thing? Can you ask your buddy Larry to dump the market just for today? Nothing crazy. Maybe 54.13. Nice. Thanks, dork. Not SPXW. I don't know what the fuck is happening with that. That was weird, right? Yeah, we gotta figure that one out. AVGO options pricing is insane. Yep. Yes, it is. What are considered good and bad numbers for the Philly data? That was yesterday, so I don't think it matters. But yeah, negative is not great. Less negative's better. Is VIX just a smidge jumpy? Yes. Yes, it is. That's kind of bullish. I wonder if we could actually get over 26 though. Supports broke down on SPX at 60 and 65. There's still like a tiny call wall here, but it's significantly smaller than it was yesterday. If we lose 65, it's a pretty straight line down to 54.50. At 54.50 kind of opens up another $25 drop. I think the best chance for this to turn around in some meaningful way is PMIs. However, dumping into those PMIs is a bit odd. Contracting PMI indicates slower economic activity. How's that bullish? Increases the chances that the Fed will cut rates. Has the stock ever done what Nvidia has? Yeah, sure. Like Broadcom and Cisco in 2000. You gotta get calls cheaper before the data. I got a day off work. Passed out from heat exhaustion yesterday. Got today off. Paid. Free long weekend. Let's go. Nice. Do you think you should be trading capital post heat stroke? I mean, you do you, but maybe. I'm headed to the eye doctor. What prescription on my contacts do I need to see entries and exits more clearly? I don't just see if they'll draw like little trend lines on them for you. So, wow, save some alpha for the rest of us. I'm about to go microwave my head. Beautiful. Ooh, getting dumpy. That's kind of interesting. is. $54.50. Ooh, look at this VIX short. Getting wild. Damn. Like it. Selling all the fucking puts. That's crazy. Just a little bit. PMIs right now. Oh, look, expansion. Who would have thunk? In both composite manufacturing and services. Proud to be an American something. Thanks, Yellen. AI. There's only the dollar left, dork. All the other currencies are fake. Expansion also bullish? Not really. And yet yields dropped. Flight to safety. What M&Ms do you like the best? I think the yellow peanut ones are the greatest. You know, the color of the M&M doesn't change the flavor of the M&M. It means the yellow pack. Oh, okay. In that case, bro. Right? They aren't chocolate Skittles. Was that a prearranged bit? Yeah, we need to pick up some money for cloud infrastructure from Hershey. Things are getting tight. Why is CRM going up against the market? Well, it was kind of bullishly positioned. I still would be careful with it because indexes are not doing so hot right now. Can you put a line in the next upside line on your ZOM graph? I did mine, but it's not working. What are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to make ZOM go up against the falling S&P? Like it has negative beta or something? That's cute. That's on 12K, $45 calls being in the money on SLB. I mean, they're mine, so I feel great about it. I swear to God, if you rug me, I will be so perturbed. Yeah, I could look at Tesla. Nice. Can you get AVGO off screen? It's hurting me because I'm poor. As soon as I close my 0 DTE puts, yeah. It had support at 1680. Although I suppose it could fail that. Do you explain like M5 why SPX has to pull back for MMs to move their hedge higher? Because short puts need to close that are at the money, and short calls need to be sold to the upside. And that will drag the MM's neutral points broadly higher. Can you give your thoughts on EPAM again? What do you want to know? How's PMI expanding? I think we need a rate cut. Probably not, right? Has there been any remarkable GME option flow in any direction for any expiry? There were some June 28 calls yesterday. Not many. Calls picked up at the $26 strike a bit. What was that? Ooh, nice. Although GME kind of looks more like it's on a path to lose 25 or just get stuck to it all day. Is there any reason we should expect a pump into end of day to position for next week? Or is this just a panic Friday pure sell off? It's not particularly bullish, if that's what you're asking. But we haven't failed any major levels yet. 5450 and 5400 are both pretty important. Oh, you bitch. Jimmy's kind of getting the fucking shit shorted out of it right now. Keeping a lid on this motherfucker. Mm. It's good. Looks like SPX is starting to find a little bit of support. Mm. There's AI in YouTube chat now. Don't worry, it doesn't do anything. EPAM bull bear thesis time frame, whatever you got. Well, when I initially entered it, there was a bunch of chatter about Russia proposing a ceasefire with the Ukraine, and since EPAM's largely been devalued due to the conflict there, that any announcement on that front would be pretty bullish for it. It's also just wildly undervalued, um, especially when compared to uh, the comparables in the same sector on what was not really a very significant earnings revision. Can we all spit on the SPX so it slides down? Ha! How about an ABGO 1700? See at the bottom? I'm big brained, smart. Yeah. SPX failing 60, super bearish. It's not super bearish, but I mean, opened up the test at 50. Losing 50 opens up a broader range down to like 50, 54.25. Nice fly, Dan. Well done, dude. Yeah, no problem. USD JPY 159.15. It's getting very close to the sun. That wasn't a racist joke. Haktua. Nice, Ben. Could you keep your girlfriend off TikTok, though? It's going to create problems for you. What the fuck is Haktua? Some chick getting interviewed on TikTok or YouTube Shorts or something, was describing how she lubes up yeah. Yep. Why aren't we going nuts over it? I'm not. I think there's a lot of like internet virgins who didn't realize that girls, like real girls, suck dick. Um, and they're very excited about the prospect. So, we know, Bob. Tell that to my wife. Hot girl summer is here. I was testing him on the SPX before you went down on it. I had to pull over on the highway. Real girls do what? Gherk, how much would I have to pay you to do TA on FFIE? I don't think you could. You don't have enough money. Accidentally slept in. Did you catch the move on AVGO? Yep. Got some 1700s near the top this morning. It was nice. Are tack leaps still a play if the market crashes? I don't think I'd buy options on it. Maybe if it crashed hard, I would get some options, but its options chain is atrocious. UCO play, where do you think it might be going over the next 30, 45 days? I think if like the CTAs on crude get squeezed, we could probably see like 83 to 85. But yeah, I would put UCO at about 35, 36 maybe. Junkin, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Existing home sales 4.11 million. That's not good. It's not down as much month over month. Dude. The LEI retreated too. Rough day for data. Why would CTA short oil in the summer? Are they regarded? They're mostly out of their short, but they're still net short. Would that put Zom back up in the 115, 118 range in your opinion? That really depends on if the index is falling at the same time. Zom specifically is pretty index exposed. Nat gas storage at 10:30. Nat gas shouldn't be very exciting until later in the year. Seasonally, demand drops pretty hard in the summer, because, yeah. I don't get that. What? It's a huge component of energy generation, right? Not as much as it's used for heating. Also, I think on the like on that side, you're using more like liquid natural gas. Did you talk about BTU at all on the Sunday stream? I don't think so. Maybe someone might have asked about selling CSPs on it, and I said if it fell back to trend, I might be interested. It's true. I have a bunch of solid natural gas sitting in my backyard after I accidentally took delivery on a couple of contracts. Nobody wants it. Did you? You could just make superconductors with it. Have you asked Jay Fresh? He might be interested. You could use it to fuel his braising oven. He farted on my head after I proposed we make carbon nanotubes with it. The old Willy Wonka chocolate kiss. I asked Chappy GPT how to make AI with it. $3 trillion idea. How does FSLR look? I don't know. Yeah. Under support at 60. Choppy. Seems to have found support around here at like the 250 level, but we'll have to see if interest builds on it. Ugh. IWM broke 200. What do? Poots? Could. Definitely an option. Dropped to like 194 maybe. That doesn't seem ridiculous. Why HAL and not SLB or Tidewater? I'm long SLB too. When I'm allowed to start bothering you about GoEV above $2. Is it above $2? Well, then that should answer your question. Is SVX gonna fail? It might. 65's pretty important. Delta's almost positive here. But Charm is gonna start to be a little rough into the back half of the day if we stay at these levels. When's the next BOJ decision? July. Looks like they're going to be a bit late to stop their shitcoin. I mean, no, it can go higher. That's not ideal. I mean, they could always do some intervention. Nasdaq getting absolutely brutalized today. I love it. The 20-year is now positive on the day. Uh-oh, dork. Yields are going up. Oh God. Okay, stay calm, everybody. So Japan carry trade is going to be all leeches and cream, peaches, because the yen is down. Well, I mean, yes and no. They're probably gonna be more afraid to lever things up because yields, or because yen is up so high. There's a huge risk of intervention. I have arrived. Wait, are you talking about your trip, or did you short AVGO this morning? When is GME gonna finally fail $25? I'm kind of hoping it runs a little. The expression is definitely leeches and cream. Both excellent. If we do pump here, where's the upside run out of legs? Gamma chart you posted this morning looks like it has room to 5,500. No, it's got room to 5,500 if we break 75. But 75 is resistance. No, long-term yields are going up too. Why are yields? Because of the hotter PMIs. It means Fed's probably going to stay higher for longer. I think I'm getting jammed. 2025 calls for Fixie Is it better to be patient with it? That doesn't seem unreasonable. I mean, yen doesn't have like a hard stop here though. It could keep dropping. Reduces likelihood of our zero point 0.4 rate cuts. Yeah, we're at 0.35 now. Picking up any synth longs on Fubo here. It's not under $1. Why would I get synth longs? End phase V-shape recovery coming. I don't I don't think that's accurate at all. Jesus fucking Christ. CRM can't break 243. Why are you playing CRM? Thoughts on Hollow. Huge spikes this year. Have any? Looks like garbage. Got a garbage penny stock. Did you take some profits on EPAM? No. Pickles picks what? You said SJX needs a pullback for the MM to hedge higher. How much of a pullback is needed? I mean, this is sufficient, but it would have to last for a while, or you know, a more significant, well, not really correction, but I don't know, 100, 200 BPS. Like this is enough to ease up like $20 of range, but it's not enough to substantially move those hedges higher. What does it say right above CRM? Joshy boy. Not well, besides the fact that the guy talking about it isn't a fucking billionaire, but just right above where it says CRM. What does that say? 2 words. I have time. It doesn't say short puts. There he goes again, criticizing our reading comprehension. I think it's valid. It's a valid critique. But he's not a billionaire. He's just some chat rando. If AVGO gets stuck here, I might get slightly annoyed. It's a very good chance it does. I'm slightly annoyed at GME being a piece of shit. Zero DTE AVGO 1650 puts. Finna prompt. Probably not. It's not impossible, but I doubt it. It has support at 1680, and it bounced off of it already. It might retest 1680. In all honesty, what does CRM do? They sell people software. Software as a service. CS recurring buys are going to fill in about 30 minutes. Don't those happen at 10:30? That would be 6 minutes from now. Also, who gives a shit? You think that's going to have some positive effect on the price? I'm sure everyone was super enthused to DRS a bunch of shares over the last 15 days after Cohen diluted the exact amount that they'd so far DRS'd. It's in the name, customer relationship management. It tracks leads, contacts, accounts, opportunities, and support issues. So like a piece of paper, like a Rolodex. It's a software Rolodex. Can we get a bit more bearish now? A little bit under 65. If it fails the retest of 65, maybe. But we can still just chop here. Nothing looks particularly exciting right now. That's kind of the problem when you get a bunch of bullish positioning and then the data's meh. There's slightly positive delta. Just barely. That bounce actually just bounced us back over. Charm's flat. Gamma's flat. Vana flat. Worst reversal in history. Gross. Well, no more delta picked up on the bounce. It's just kind of bearish. VIX is flattening out a bit. Let me see how momentum looks. Slightly supportive. It's kind of bullish on the longer term. Maybe I should be selling puts here too. FSLR has a lot of resistance all the way up to like 65. Do you think SPX has found a direction to the upside? No. It looks like it's going to be flat and boring. If it gets above 70, 75, then maybe. Is MSTR a competitor to AWS? Are you kidding? This there's a bit of underwater sold puts at like 54.80, 54.75. But most of their short put position is out of the money here. The problem is they can't really de-risk a lot of it without spiking the fuck out of volatility. They de-risked some yesterday, but then they had to pile back into it. And the tick up in implied volatility fucked them pretty hard. Like Vega exposure snapped right back to all-time highs on the SPXW. Gherkin, I think Amazon may take on AWS and win dominance. Okay, that's fair. Is it a competitor to bait? Ha ha. Google still has a pretty bullish options chain. Also, GME Diamond Bottom. It's correct. Well, not yet, but it's getting there. You needed to break that. Yeah. Who's in charge of SPX and why are they being silly today? I don't know if they're being silly. They're just like bullish positioning is not very strong at this level. Is Jimmy due for another run? No, but the options positioning on the 0DTs is decent if it can break out above 26. Picks up a little bit of like Vana exposure on an approach to 30. And there's some out of the money call positioning, which is either built or hasn't. Well, we've been chopping here. But I'd say it's got like $5 to $8 of range, maybe. Greeks on Tesla. GN's at 179. The rest don't matter. Hot damn. I love oil companies. You mean you love oil going up? Is that other possible settlement period next week? We're currently in that possible settlement period, but it ends next week. Direct discovering the true SPX play, the energy sector. Name a worse company in the entire world than SLB. GN at 179, MMD hedges. I mean, there's not a lot to de-hedge. MM would probably drop a lot more delta on a breakdown of 180 than 179. It's just that the MM becomes a seller on downside moves under 179. Glock, you remember 16 months ago we shorted this little chip stock and it became the most valuable company in the world? I do, yeah. It's been a good time. They still missed on those earnings. It's gonna be a boring day. Okay, serious question. Is 50 a decent price target for SLB, or is that getting a little feisty? I hope not. That's where most of my leaps are. I don't think that's ridiculous. Have you noticed the obscene number of puts to the upside for today? Not just today, the whole fucking chain. What's that about? Why didn't you tell us to go long oil? That was literally in Pickles picks yesterday. Also, I've been going long oil for like fucking a year. Look after my puts while I'm gone. They need a few bips of food and water. Oh no. You're gonna lose everything, Nuke. Don't do it. Missing on earnings is a great way to show the market that you're not focused on short-term things like profit, and they're all about like vision, I guess. AI, AI, AI. You know what's weird about that? I remembered something about that original like short thesis. What the fuck ever happened to the like $1 billion in like 40 90s that they were just sitting on in a warehouse and nobody wanted to buy? Did anyone ever find those? They're called H100s now. I found them under my computer chair. Oh god. This 4090's got rebranded and then marked as sold to one of the phantom POs on their balance sheet. H100 equals two 4050s and a wire. It's a bridge. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All those POs are totally gap compliant. Oh, geez. Clove people are here? Where? Oh, it's probably just a pump bot. Wasn't there also a future $5 billion in sales marked as profit and then not removed after sales to China were banned? Yeah, yeah, that's correct. There was a big. I think it was more than 5 billion. It was like seven something $billion in revenue just now unaccounted for. I think the point was that they were going to get that money from China one way or another, right? This shows will be totally compliant after the audit in 5 years. Like Nvidia's been called out for cooking their books every single time. That's gross. Does Tesla look bullish? Uh, if it gets above 183, it could push up, but there's resistance at 185, so it doesn't have a lot of range. Delta's trying to get positive again. What am I watching? It's like watching fucking paint dry. Jesus Christ. Is anything fun happening in the market today? Hey, that guy who got fucked on his Apple bear or bull put spreads. Look, man. Those pushes on SPX look weak. Yeah, they do. You'd still think that they'd want to pump into the end of the day to get their fucking out of the money calls they bought yesterday. Right? Because they didn't get the morning gap up, but those calls are still sitting there. USD JPY 160 end of day. Might get a Dixie fucking 106 by Monday. UCO's leveraged. So I mean I expect short oil CTAs can get squeezed, which would create probably a near-term price spike in oil, which would benefit more from a leverage position than just being straight lugs. Yeah. Most of my approach to oil, like other things, is just positional. Hmm. Any chance of 5480? Yeah. We could get a whole big run to the upside if we can break 75. If we can't, we'll probably stay here though. Yeah, but we got the computer share buy-in, right? So that was pretty good. Woo! Super stack, pumping it up. 40 fucking cents of price improvement, and then gone on the next 5 ticks. That's at 11? I think it's at 10:30. Could we get a nice drop on a rejection? Yeah, we could. 65 supportive here though. So probably not like a ton of momentum unless we break that. But if we do, yeah, I mean we could start picking up momentum. Pick up momentum into a test of 50, and 50 could break down. Popcorn Trader's diamond bottoms just falling apart here. What the fuck is going on with Apple at 212.50? Failed the 70 test again. A little bit of covering on XRT today. ARB is negative a little bit here. Maybe it might get some action around the London close. $16,000 calls at 26. Delta's 0.25. Our quad witching day is always such a bore. Lots of netting. They can get interesting later in the day, but usually the early part of the day is super dull. A bunch of charm fell off on SPX, right? And a lot of other stocks have, charm decaying off. And so you generally get like kind of a flat index as you get the big dump in charm on the monthly contract, and then the weekly contract has to kind of support everything. Why would DFE's moves have an effect on today's price action? I'm streaming you in 240p today. Oh, nice. Have you made money on the blurry stock? No. Which one? VIX? DM me something? Hmm. I don't agree with the 65 support, and I won't tolerate it. But there it is. Still trying to figure out why two-tone sausage needs 30 minutes to take a dump. You need to eat some fiber, man. Hmm. Oh, you bitch. Motherfucker. There we go. Mm, got a little bit of positive delta going on here. Maybe not enough. That looks good. That looks pretty good too. I feel like a gap fill at 37 would be bearish though. Oh, I wish they wouldn't bully the VIX so much. I know. Will Nvidia fail VWAP? Never mind. I guess that question didn't last long. I wonder if AVGO can bounce back to 1730. Bunch of those calls fell off though. Risky. Nvidia can't end the week red, right? I feel like that would break everything. RSP is like a little bit positive. Did IWM get back above 200? Not yet. Fucking Dow just holding all the bags. Yeah, NQ, I mean, NQ's moving up. Not a reversal yet, but if it gets over 20,080. I thought you said honeygrams, and that made me think of waffles. I want meta waffles in hologram form. Squamps, I got news for you, man. It's probably not going to happen. What do you think would be a healthy pullback for Nvidia? Do you actually think it will happen? I don't think there is a healthy pullback scenario for Nvidia. I think either Nvidia keeps being priced as if it's going to be responsible for 10% of the world's GDP over the next 10 years, or it's priced like a cyclical chip company. And those are those are very different prices. Like there's a good like two and a quarter trillion dollars of market cap that they could just lose. Can you please explain why CTA's enter and exit levels with predictable pressures? Is it to do with the nature of futures and swaps? No, it's generally to do with the nature of systematic funds. They're trend followers, right? And so they usually enter on very predictable like predictable setups, and exit on also on predictable setups. And because largely they're trading in futures, there's a lot of transparency into the positions they take. Most of them follow relatively the same strategies, right? Buying rising markets and selling falling markets. And so they tend to all, like, all of their, even if their strategies are slightly different, they all tend to compound around one another, because you know whichever CTA, like whichever large CTA is the first to sell will trigger the sells of the other ones, right? Yeah, CFTC requires certain reporting. CME too, right? So it's just a lot more transparent. And so since they're all really highly correlated and their positions are very transparent, they're easy to track. It just tends to be that they're moving so much money around that their impact is very high, right? Especially in markets where, I mean, ES not so much because it's super liquid. But in other futures markets, the impact can be really significant. Machines are easy to trade around. Yeah, yeah, that's what you get. You get a lot of smaller funds trading around the moves of bigger CTAs. Do you still expect a potential rise in GME later in the day? It could still get one. I mean, I'm probably gonna wait out like London close, and if nothing happens, I'll just exit. BNet's starting to look appetizing at $5, $6. I mean, I said I'd buy back in when and if it becomes down to a discount to the offering, right? So under $5, I'm definitely a buyer. But I think still no options chain on it right now. Like 11:30. This is kind of shit. I guess we'll see. Natural gas stocks are a little lower. I DM'd you a Dorito. Yeah, that's not, you're not wrong. Is this getting more bearish? No, I think it's getting more bullish. Like if bulls are able to hold positive delta and build up some positioning, they can definitely push this higher. And all of their out of the money calls that they bought last night are still on the chain. So there's still call interest from like 40, like 54.75 all the way out to like 55.15. Do we have to close red for a market crash next week? No. That's usually not the way market crashes work. Man, intraday liquidity on GME just does not tighten up the way it used to, Dork. They're shorting the fuck out of this with XRT right now, too. I miss the good old days. 68 million shares. RC's probably stoked about that. Yeah, he probably sits there and just like plays with his winky while watching the stock price. Thinking about all the work he's gonna do. I don't get why super stockers aren't happy as fuck about that last dilution. It's such a huge cash injection. Yeah, but I mean, 5% yields, Dork. Somehow we still have a bullish bias here, which is weird. And ARB's getting funky. We can do it in Nvidia. Pump our financial markets. We can practically run as failing brick and mortar with the yields from that. Almost. Have you guys broken down his tweets into positive, negative, and correlated them to the price of the stock? Positive green, negative red. He's always like a couple days off. Like he clearly understands there's a cycle with like the dick shit tweets, right? But he's like wrong about where the cycle falls. The breakout's starting to fail. I mean, we can still fill the downside gap and find support, right? I think you're forgetting something here, so I'll help you out. What's the downside gap on SPX? I mean, there's like 1,000 of them, but there's one right here at the money at like 67. It's probably more bullish if we don't fill it, but 'seems more important. Maybe not. It's 4 minutes till London close. Could DV take down the market if he posted his port with no GME shares and 262 million short of Nvidia? What makes anybody think that DFE is trading Nvidia? Why does that keep coming up? I mean, there's arbitrage right now. and it's somewhat negative. So we might see a little bit of buy pressure over the next like few minutes. Because it would be cool. Yeah. They held this 100 million of 5550p for 5 minutes, lost 12 million, and sold below the bid. Beautiful. One 161 likes? Is that it? What the fuck, people? Unbelievable. I mean, I like you, but I don't like you. Wow. That's okay. I don't remember to like the stream either. Good morning, Greg. Ask Dirk if he thinks that big put position was possibly a roll, perhaps a roll. We saw that too. I don't know. Might have been. Thanks, Jason. You should stay muted every day until there are at least 250 likes. Ooh, I like the way you think. I just talked to Dork on Discord. It might be hedging off their vol exposure. I think Vega neutral is at like 5173, which is right there. 5173.71. Or 5473.71, sorry. Delta's still positive here. Charm's a little negative though, so not great. What's ES doing? Choppy as fuck. Is buying pressure from ARBs significant? I mean, no. It can be. It depends on how blown out it is. Right now, it's not very significant at all. Abs. Sorry. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after this stream. Appreciate it. I like your stream every day. If one of the coders in chat writes a Chrome plugin to do it automatically. Do you have any thoughts on the future of Ozempic? Ugh. What's a little... It's actually kind of tough. Like, being fat is really bad for you, right? But so's like GI paralysis and renal failure. Oh, why doesn't update intraday? Are there a lot of confirmed side effects for Ozempic? Yeah. You too, Joshy. Yeah, the this Ozempic's been used for a long time. I think it's more the like new class of GLP-1 drugs that haven't, right? Some of which promise fewer side effects, some which appear to have more. Oil was just up. It's pulled back a little bit. I think to really push the CTAs, we're gonna probably need CL1 above like 82, 82.50. Are we getting any resolution to the arbitrage here? No, it's getting a little bit worse. Hmm. Bulls need to buy Delta. If they start buying Delta, they'll put themselves in a better position. They just need to stop trying to buy Gamma by selling puts. All of Meta's support is at 500. So anytime it slips 500, it starts tanking. Actually, the fact that Meta's below 500 right now is kind of bearish, especially on the 0 DT. Negative charm over there now. Nvidia is still well supported. Amazon should be too, Google. Apple regained 210, which is just really important. I think if we can drag a little bit of breadth along with the price improvement in tech, that should be enough to get a run. Long-term yields and dollar are fucking doing weird shit though. You have dragon breath? I wish. I'd be able to smelt my own gold. I'd also be able to save Dork by giving him a piece of my heart. Exactly, Tankerific. I see Dork approved 40 out of the money 0 DTUs. But Dork also didn't approve my $120, $50 SLB leaps, so you spent 20 cents on those? Well, yeah, I wanted GME to hold 25. I could average them down a bit more, but I really don't want to. The chances of breaking 26 at this point are almost gone. I'm probably just going to cut them. What theory about? There's no FTDs on GME today. Nothing significant, at least. There's like 500,000 in the underlying, and then 89,000 on ETFs. The one that Crackstonk kicked up. Oh, they're wrong. Does it frustrate you that Jensen is everything we wish to see in RC and Perelman? No. I didn't lose any money on Revlon, remember? Richard Newton calls. He wants a view op hat. I wish he'd stop sending his crazy fan base after me. You could have made more, though. That's true. You mean more than 0? I mean, I technically did sell when it was in OTC, so I guess I made some money. It was bad, though. GMCC's here safe with like 30 DTE. No. This isn't a great time to sell them. What strike? I could have just bought 20-cent calls on the video. Probably 25. I mean, I'd say you probably have an opportunity to get out of them, but selling covered calls on GME right before OPEC settlement seems wildly stupid. Like, how many times have people just gotten blown up doing that? There's only two periods that you really have to consider, right? It's like OPEC settlement and ETF FTDs, right? And those are like, one of those is a 3-day window that you don't want to have covered calls open during, and then the other's a fucking 6-day, well, 5-day window at the beginning of the month. OPEC settlement on Monday has to be completed by Wednesday morning because T+1 now. It used to be Thursday morning. If the market doesn't crash on Monday, can you ban JFresh? Interesting. I mean, yes, I could. Would I? No. You can't count. T1 is Monday. Open of Tuesday, T2. Was Monday, Tuesday, open Wednesday? I'm not, it's not just option settlement, it's ETF settlement as well. T2 used to extend to Wednesday, but T3 still does. So T3 moved to T2, T2 moved to T1. ETFs now settle on T4 instead of T5. Superstock still thinks they settle on T6, which is from 2011. So they've got another, they're only 13 years behind. At least hold JFresh to the ancient rights of position or ban. Make him buy some puts. JFresh has bought enough puts for a lifetime. Make him show us the puts for his crash bet. As leader of the quants. Oh, I can't take a picture of that. I think my position is more than sufficient. Dork didn't approve this either. Let's go, Bulls! I do have some number of calls as well. Not in this account, but I do have or not in that account, but I do have my calls from the straddle yesterday, which have not yet printed. You guys ever just go long the index so you can buy more puts? I find myself doing that a lot. Huevos Grande? I'm just fucking, like, if nothing happens, I'm just gonna roll them, right? I don't even think it's that much money for the roll. Yeah, it'd be like $600 a contract. I could double my Vega exposure and roll them out to Jan. We got the breakout penis time? Well, no. It's still not a full breakout, but it's getting there, right? I think to get the upside move, we still have to break 75. You're such a Debbie Downer. I mean, I'm just trying to be realistic. Maybe today's the day they pump the mid cap, Stork. Isn't there a put wall at 80? No. Well, not like a relevant one. There's more calls at 80 than there are puts. That'd be the day. What's Carvana doing? I don't know. Carvana's up, Dork. Someone's gonna stick their fingers in R1K. And NQ's green now, so everything's fixed. Nvidia back to 135. Girthier than your usual Vega position, isn't it? Not really. Also, I had some opportunity to get some of those contracts really fucking cheap. Three-month VIX is still way up right now. I don't need too big of a move. I think like VIX. Yeah, 3-month VIX to like 16, 17, and a drop to like 53.50. I'd make like 200%. I only have 91 days left on it though, so I am gonna roll it if nothing happens in the next couple days. Wow, Upstart is sad. I told everyone to stay the fuck away from it. It's still very liquid. What was your single biggest loss on a trade? I blew up like 7 figures that I made on Netflix. On Netflix. That was fun. What did you drink that night? Pain. It wasn't overnight. It was over several months. It was just a depressing several months. In a position like that, is it just the headhunting you? No, I don't think so. I mean, so I went long Netflix in the like COVID crash, right? Like, well, just at the end of the COVID crash, and I got out. God, it was like the first spike going into summer. And then I was like, I'm gonna short the fuck out of this now because this is massively overvalued. And then Netflix just didn't go down until the end of 2021. Yeah. I had a couple opportunities to get out of it at like break even, but I just took all the profits and rolled it into puts. Is that why you hate to short it? No, I don't hate shorting it. I meant hate short as in it's your revenge. Oh, I don't feel like I hate short Netflix very often. While watching Netflix, I do have a Netflix subscription. We should have bought the 130 Nvidia calls you were looking at. I know. On the upside, Netflix also gave you a 90% discount on a house. That's true. Yeah, actually, ironically, my buddy going long Netflix, and me and Netflix have a long history. When can we hate short Lily? I don't know if there's a good case there anytime soon. Have you made the seven figures back on Netflix directly? No. I mean, I could check like my total P&L for Netflix on IBKR. I think. Hold on, let me look at my Google Sheets. If I updated that, I don't have the most recent long position on Netflix, but my total P&L historically on it is 220K. At one point, that was just above seven figures. I wish they would still send out Blu-ray discs. Netflix? Do you have a Blu-ray player? Wait, did you buy it from GME? Do you have the WeBull account in your trade journal? How outrageous is it? This account? It's not that outrageous. I also took like a huge chunk of money out of this account about like halfway through last year. And I think I took everything out but like $1,000 because I kept spending like 20 grand on zero DTs every day. Because we'd trade flat like this and I'd get bored. And then Dork was like, hey man, you should stop doing that. I still don't agree with that, but he was probably right. If indexes get a breakout, can AVGO test 1730? Some of the call options fell off, but mm, it could. I mean, it could technically test 50 on the high end. It seems to be struggling with 1700 though, so that's not really a good look. SGX has got a bit of a handle on 75 here. That's probably good. I remember that. I blew up my account. Would you still make the same trades, or have you learned some hard lessons? Um, like the Netflix short? I mean, probably not. I have like far more strict rules nowadays about taking money out of my trading accounts. I used to just leave everything in there, which I mean, it led to me over leveraging a lot of things beneficially, but it also led to me over leveraging some things not so beneficially. Also, I mean, 2020 through like 2021, I was flying high on Euphoria. I bought Tesla like near the bottom of the COVID dip and just felt like a god the entire year. Paper hands? I have sold my Tesla. So, yeah. Is it a clear path to 5,500? Hmm. There's a path to 5,500. We are above VN though, so I mean there's risk. All right, these are getting stopped out at fucking 6 cents. We're still getting put sellers on GME to the downside. So I mean there's some confidence in the bullish positioning. It's just not enough. Do have a little bit of a turnaround in liquidity here. Maybe. Maybe if we get like a big index leg up, we can see something happen. think if Apple breaks 1250, it's gonna move. The only thing that matters on GME really is breaking above the calls at 26. If it breaks above the calls at 26, then yes, it could have a significant move. There's a lot of delta that would be added to the chain. Not only on the 25 strike, but at the 26 strike as well. Which will push up the delta at 28, and then, that'll push up the delta at 30, which has an enormous amount of open interest. 30 is like 66,000 calls. Most of them are sold, but it would encourage the short vol positions to close before expiry, which would possibly open a move higher. Why can't the bulls just buy delta? Like, why do they have to buy fucking out of the money gamma positions? Or just open spreads? Like, what the fuck, man? Stop selling puts. Because they're degens? Why didn't they learn their lesson about this the last time? The last, like, 5 times that we've been in this situation, right? Every fucking time they approach it the same way. Microplastics? Nice, Greg. Do you have a long-term port? Yeah. The more linear the contract value, the less interested they are. Well, that's not true because they're more than willing to buy in the money calls when we're dropping. But why won't they buy in the money calls here to pump it, right? Like that's all they'd have to do is just fucking buy the 470. Buy the 470, fucking roll them up to 475. Just keep tacking on the delta. But no. We want to sell the 475. Buy the 480. Do you keep your divvy stacks on drip? Only if they're within a range where I would buy the underlying. So generally I have some on drip, some off. Expecting this to sell off on profit taking if they do pump into their stranded calls. I think that would just depend on how many they get in the money, right? If they get the majority of the calls in the money, they're just going to try to hold them until the end of day. We could definitely fail this level. It's still difficult for the bulls to push us up above Vega neutral. But you don't have to really worry about it, right? Because you can just confirm a breakdown at 65. You don't have to fucking. You don't have to worry about it here. Like 75 is stable, and there's call interest at 75 too, so it's gonna act as support if we're above it. Do you ever miss playing video games on boring days like these? No, not really. I can pretty much entertain myself with the intricacies of positioning for hours. But SPX was a video game. Kind of is. What calls are making me 1,000% here? Calls? Hmm. If we pumped to the top of the call range at like 55.15, the 54.90 could 10x. 5,500 would 10x too. But the probability of that happening is super low, like sub 10%. Someone definitely just bought that before you finish the sentence. Never tell me the odds. Cap at 54.73. How does one determine the percent probability an option goes in the money? Well, usually they would ask Google, um, but you can calculate what, like D sub 1, D sub 2 for Black-Scholes. Well, for SPX, for European settled options. I guess you could, and then like once you have D sub 2, you can. What would you use, Doric? Like CDF? Find the distribution. Yeah, but it'd be like. Well, it'd be like N times D sub 2 for calls, and then N times negative D sub 2 for puts. I don't know. I just put the lotion on its skin. I feel like me and you should probably be able to have this conversation. Isn't it just the delta? I mean, no, not entirely. Is UCO dead? Oil's falling. Oil slipped like 65 BPS. Better talk about the nature of why our economy is doomed to return to monk. Hey, what's delta at the 5500 contracts? It's like 0.12 right now. But the probability of it going in the money should be like hold on. I don't know, like sub 10%. Should be just a little under 10%. 9.9, something like that. Moving into the last week of the month. Oh god, do you ever just fuck off? Fucking AJ, man. I'm not bored enough to answer your mundane questions. Let's just go to 5,500 and get it over with. That makes me feel like we're never going to go to 5,500. You doing anything cool this weekend? I was going to go to the city for a show, but I decided against it. What kind of show? Like a magic show? I didn't have any plans for this weekend at all. Are you kind of excited to be super bearish on the Sunday stream? No. Music kind of show, but I wish it was magic. If it was magic, you probably would still be going, huh? I don't know. One of my friends wanted to hang out in Boston this weekend, but I don't really want to take the train up there. I definitely don't want to drive. And every time I hang out with him, he ends up getting in a fight with some girl, and then they go and do a bunch of cocaine together. And then spend the entire night yelling at each other. Don't want a pocket cat to have a yacht. No. Helicopter to Boston? I don't do helicopters. I could fly there. That shaves off a little bit of time. It's usually like pretty quick commuter flights. You can fly? I mean, in an airplane. Did we fill that gap at 71? Not yet. Bulls do suck, you're right. It's been a while. Any interest in resuming the Twitch stream briefly for the Elden Ring DLC? Why would I buy the Elden Ring? I didn't even like Elden Ring. Why would I buy the DLC? What small indie company? Elden Ring streams bring me back to happy times. GME running on cycles. Watching if XRT was on Reg Show. The new season of Diablo 4 is pretty good. They fixed the game a bit. I don't believe you. They made it a lot less shitty. It's still pretty boring, but it's significantly less shitty. Path of Diablo or Path of Exile is too much. You gotta fucking break out like Excel sheets to build your characters. I feel like Dorcas played Eve. He seems like an Eve player. Do you think the oil shorts jump back in? I think they're just trying not to get blown up. I've never met somebody who asks so many questions about their stock moving $1 a day. I think you might be too over leveraged into Zom, Lawrence. That's on Hertz 4C 0 DTE for 5 cents. About to test 390 again with bullish momentum. What's the worst that happens? You lose 5 cents. What the fuck just happened to Apple? The market's not moving. So someone just dumping Apple for Nvidia? No. It's specifically Apple too. There's a lot of fucking volume. Buffett selling again? And index is still down. CRM looks okay. It's having a bit of a tough time with 45. Hmm. That was weird. Maybe Cohen's selling his Apple to buy GME. Who sold bull put spreads on Apple? I did like 2 weeks ago. AI won't be released in EU this year. Yeah. Oh no. All of those profits. New Digital Markets Act creates regulatory uncertainty. What do you mean? What would they do if JPM didn't roll its collars? They wouldn't have an upside level to push to for stability. So, I'm not banning JFresh. It's ridiculous. Why would I? Ban JFresh. Name one good reason not to ban him. Well, because if his market crash for Monday prediction is wrong, then he won't be around for everybody to give him shit about it. Exactly. He feeds on it. Set him free. Do you know a lot of people who use SoFi for banking? No. So you know how you owe me a favor? Nope. Does it annoy you that often your zero DT picks are so on the ball that the move happens in pre-market, like AVGO today? No, I mean there was still a decent move on AVGO today, right? Which which was more than enough. That's just I mean that's just an effect of zero DTs, especially on like AM expiry days, right? There's like a really high chance that the move's gonna happen early. Best modern book for company valuations. Intelligent Investor. I mean, that one's just a given, and it's still applicable. Irrational Exuberance by Schiller. Investment Valuation by Damodaran. The CFA books. You'd be better off taking a course in financial modeling, honestly. But those books could help. If I take out a loan and just straddle every day, will I beat 8.99% APR? I don't know. You could. I don't know if you would. I didn't even know he had a fucking website. TA is... TA has a little bit of value, not a lot. I wouldn't lean into it too hard. People who think technical analysis has the answers generally end up being very bad traders. There's no crash. It's not after OPEX, Maeve. Nice try. Bulls still got this? I mean, they're slightly better positioned than Bears here, but barely. Where's all that Apple money gonna go? Why do you say crashes don't happen until after OPEX? Because it's true. We crashed before OPEX in '08. '08 started crashing right after September OPEX. The Actually, the Friday before OPEX was, I think, the high. Like the local high. I actually didn't know, but I'm glad you proved me wrong immediately. Uh God, both suck. Is that all the gaps filled? Can we go up now? Still one more gap at 65. Been in meetings. Glad I get away from you a few minutes to annoy the rest of the pickle jar. Love you, Gherk. Where's the secret zero DTE degen play of the day? I didn't get my daily personal text from you. I didn't know I was doing those. Mm, 1269. Appleton's selling off yet? God. That's pretty consistent. Hmm. Thank you, Posty. I warm up my lunch and finally my puts print. Nice. Since you haven't played the song, it's not gonna happen. Maybe we could just fill the gap and then bounce. Although if we fall too much here, charm's gonna get kind of shitty. Hmm. No. Hmm. That's awkward. Apple's gonna recover, probably. Yeah. They might give up on 5,500. They might. It's possible. Might not. Haven't yet. Just difficult to stay over the call wall at 75. Meta's starting to sell off pretty hard. Yep. Microsoft still looks pretty good though. Apple might still recover. It's kind of interesting. 33-month anniversary has come and gone, like so many zero DTEs set ablaze and Theta's fires. But could you make the market less boring today? Of course, in the middle of typing that, things start moving. Whatever, it still bites. Is gonna bounce on 65 and be more boring. Yeah. Also, if your name was Waluigi, do you think you could get on a plane? Might be tough. They might not believe your ID. You should try changing your name and see what happens. In the hot tub stream, you talked about settlements being deferred 45 days out. Thank you, Dave. Was that in relation to Juneteenth or OPEX? And what is the basis of the 45-day deferral specifically? I don't think I talked about anything being 45 days out. Close of VN, since bulls only know how to sell puts and bears aren't playing. It's possible. AMD finally gets a little analyst love, only at the tippy top, and the rest of the market starts to get crummy. So it's still just staying up here at 160. Yeah. First name Popcorn, last name Waluigi. No, just one name, Waluigi. Waluigi P. Esquire, because of the Somali law degree. 5,500 just a gamble, or is the options positioning indicating a move up? Both. Hertz broke $4. Look at you. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm gonna change my first name to Doctor so everyone thinks I have a real MD. Perfect. I can't believe you haven't done that already. GME is super illiquid. No, it's not. It is getting some positive pressure though. Ooh, 1269. Gross. Till JFresh's market crash stinks. You tell him. Volume has nothing to do with illiquidity. I mean, it does, but it's not a defining trait of an illiquid market. Something could be liquid and nobody wants to buy it. It's not the same thing. You're comparing apples and oranges. A large spread is an indication that a market can be illiquid, but it can also just be a sign of low demand. Bulls are trying so hard to make this breakout work. Well, they have a bunch of out of the money positioning, right? Full ported my DGen account into next weekly Nvidia calls. Gross. It was so easy for them to pump on Monday. What happened now? Well, we're in a totally different range than we were on Monday. We were down at like we were at like 4,100 on Monday. Now we're at Vega neutral, which is significantly harder to pump above. Is it time to full port 5500s? I don't even know if those are going to print. Hmm. QQQ is getting a bounce on VWAP, but it might stall out. Are my 0 GTE 54 50 puts fucked? Probably. I mean, unless we lose 65, which seems to be well defended here. I don't know. Later in the day, it could become more relevant, but right now, the effective charm, which is negative, is not that impactful. If we're still in a range where charm is negative going into the end of the day, then yes, yeah, they could go in the money. Are you still in the Netflix calls? No. I got out. I got out above 680. It moves. But generally speaking, charm is more positive above 67 or about 54.75. That's where like the bigger call wall is. So getting that in the money would help. Hard to do though because that call wall is over Vega neutral. Are you still long UCO? Yeah. It's down like 30 cents from like yesterday's low. Oil's just pulling back a bit today. Fucking Nasdaq. Well, Russell's positive now. Dow slipped negative though. NQ still needs to try to recover here. Hmm. Broadcom weeklies for next week. Hmm. Nah, I don't really want to. Ugh. Those are not doing a great job keeping Delta positive here. So just waiting for calls to get cheaper, but calls are pretty fucking cheap already. They're buying the 65. Still resistance at 95, but there's still calls. Yeah, the out of the money call positions are still just chilling there. This is a little bit of volume out of the money, but not a ton. Ooh, nice. What kind of washer? Nvidia 130 DT looking juicy. No, we just failed 65, so no. It's the head and shoulders on Nvidia. Looks like it's a second leg down. Oh well. Short Carvana here? No. Not till after OPEX. Carvana is actually looking a little bit bullish, but Gamma Max isn't very far out of the money. Futures almost completed the inverse head and shoulders here on the 15-minute. Does Carvana have I don't think they have physical lots. Well, I mean they do, but how do you know where they are? And what are you threatening to do to them? Why can't they pump? Because they keep trying to sell puts. Baloney on the paint. This is just like a choppy fucking mess. Futures could still drop like $3 more before finding support. Hmm. Bulls are going to need a couple Zimas to wash away the taste of defeat after today. This is kind of embarrassing. Market maker, Vega neutral, the antithesis of bulls. Everybody just sit around waiting for some asshole to buy a bunch of futures and then nobody did. I mean, so far no assholes have bought a bunch of futures. Right VIX up to 1350, then short it back down to 13 by end of day. Probably. Delta and Charm are pretty negative here. It doesn't look like they're turning much around. Still need to go above like 1575 for this to move. 1572, 1575. Are you bullish or bearish next week? I think bearish, but we'll see how the rest of today plays out. I'd be a lot more bearish if we pumped to 5,500 before the end of the day. The sold calls that are in the money have a ton of theta. Do you think that will happen? I mean, I think they want to try. They're still sitting on a bunch of out of the money calls. Usually they don't sit on them this long if they don't plan on trying to rescue them. You're from 54.75 to 55.15. But from here, they have to fight back against everything. And charm only gets worse the longer the day goes on. What are the Riz levels on SPX? 54.65, 54.75. And then, yeah, 54.65, 54.75. If we lose 55, I think this all just goes to shit. So I mean, this support is pretty important, at least for the bulls. On futures too, right? Like this is like the pivot point for the inverse head and shoulders. So either they turn it around here and push up, or this fails and we dump. Maybe like there. 54, 5500, 5490. Haven't quite tested the bottom yet, but we're very close. There's still like 2 more ticks to the downside. 3 ticks to the downside that we could test and still bounce. I think if we slide below that, though, it just fails. Dear God, it's gonna rip end of day? Maybe. They should probably rip it at least to 75 before then, though. Otherwise, the charm decay is gonna make sure that they can't rip it at all. Which is what happened yesterday when we got stuck below, or well, we got stuck at Vega neutral, right? The negative charm just overwhelmed their attempts to push it to the upside. It's not the lack of demand in Europe that's the problem. It's the potential for a debt crisis that's freaking everyone out about green energy. If governments aren't going to be spending money on green energy, especially solar, that's gonna be bad, regardless of the tariffs. Also, U.S. debt doesn't look so hot either. They can't sell puts. Do you think they know that? No idea. You'd think they'd be aware, but not necessarily. Not all participants are. I'm sure there are participants that are aware that they can't sell puts, but I don't think all of them are as informed, and so you get put selling anyway, despite the detrimental effect. No, not because it's illegal. How do you get past the point of greed when your position's up 30%? And you want more, but could have made a quick $500 a day? I keep doing this, and it bites me. Just set a take profit and stick to it. Like, no matter what position, I will close at X% gain. Read the Constitution. What? Is this the bounce? I don't know, maybe. It hasn't broken 65 yet, so it doesn't matter if it is or not. Ooh, I do actually want to buy another one of those. Two. Alright, so if we swing back, this is where we could squeeze out the call sellers. Are the 5,500s still there? Yeah, I mean, there's a shitload of interest at 5,500. It's very far out of the money, though. These tests have to be getting pretty close to gamma neutral on the weekly expiration, because I don't think it's even that far out of the money now. Let's see. Yeah, still have to get above 73. 73, 75. Are 5,500 still there? Is Discord audio working for others? I don't know. I think it is. It looks like it is. If this 5,500's print, this market is fucked. I'd prefer they did. I think that would be far more bearish for next week than if we close low. I'm gonna triple bottom here with a higher low, so I mean, it's not the most bearish setup. And I don't think futures like SPX slipped the. I guess futures had a slightly lower low on the head and shoulders, but not too much. It's just like 2 ticks. Weak though, super fucking weak. This is definitely the opportunity for them to leverage the fuck up. I can't stop thinking about Hamana Ahugas? You're talking about Ham? I mean, all right. Yeah, you did spell it out clearly. I don't know what it means, but hmm. Maybe that's more important. Jimmy sucks. Uh, Where did the Bulls go? They're trying their hardest. They're just getting crushed by charm. Just for once, pretend you're a cartoon wolf. Oh, I get it. It's talking about boobs. Always talking about them heavies. If the doesn't blow up AJ's sold calls, this isn't a market I want to trade anymore. Charmageddon is upon us. The end is extremely fucking nigh. Alright, listen. It's not. They can still push us back to positive charm before it's too late. Did AJ sell 5500s? He must have sold 75s because he kept asking about if we were going to close at 75. AJ has sold calls, but lotteries may print after all. Join me on the long pit side. I have plenty of long pits. Who's AJ? He has about roughly the same trading skill as you, but he's not funny or entertaining. If a zero GT ends the day in the money, are you required to sell? Depends what it's on. A zero GT on what? On a cash settled instrument, you don't have to do shit. It cash settles. But if it's something else, like American style options don't do that. I'd really like the call side of my straddle to print today. I did okay on the puts, but I'm still holding my calls. And they expire today. Maybe I should have bought more theta on them. Oops. I know what the stream card says. How much cash do you need to sell one SPX call at 5,500? Naked? Don't do that, friend. I mean, worst case scenario, he could lose $5,000 a contract. Love making $20 and 5K risk. Yeah, I mean, risk is relative to the moneyness, but yeah, it's an undue amount of risk for the premium. What does AJ do that he can afford to lose that much? I assume inheritance or something. Did you put me on ignore for the Buckley's recommendation or the tinfoil? No? Did you say something? Should probably put it on live chat. I'd love it if bulls start rapidly buying. That would be ideal. Mod me? I need to let the bulls really know how I feel about this bounce. But I want it to bounce. Don't you understand that a close today at an all-time high would be the most bearish possible outcome going into next week? I didn't see you chat anything. Just remember, if you're new here, YouTube sometimes will just block your chat. All of AJ's trades are risk defined. He can do what he does for a long, long time. I made a bunch of money on a former company stack, and then I made a bunch of money on GME. Now it's all gone. It's not gone enough. You're still here. It's quad witching. 90% of quad witchings post-COVID are red. That doesn't mean anything. It's wicked hot out, man. I wouldn't know. I have my air conditioner turned on. And I haven't been outside of my house today. When does post-COVID start? I mean, I assume he's referring to after the crash. I lost all my money in March of 2023, then just leveraged everything I had. Now my leverage is leveraged. We've still not crashed. Wait, we went down like 15% last year. So if you leverage your... Sus. Oh, God. All of those puts at 70 sold? Probably. Do fossil fuels come from all the Brits that die from heat and no AC, with their teeth degrading in the ground? Is that how oil is made? Huh. No. If England had large amounts of petroleum, their economy would be far better. I went from the richest I've ever been to the poorest in a span of 2 weeks. My wife took all my money and put it in a CD. It's the best trade I've ever made so far. Did she not know about treasuries? Was that your punishment? This is the most fucking T-ball fucking dad of the kid who sucks at batting. Sadly, putting the ball on the tee for the poor kid because he can't hit shit I've ever seen, and even so, they can't. Really going off, man. How many 5500s did you buy? No income tax in Washington. CDs are probably better. There's no fucking income. There's no state income tax on treasuries anyway. Doesn't matter what state you live in. One of them? The others we can't talk about here. CDs are definitely callable though. I definitely would. I'd rather go with treasuries than risk it at a bank. At least SLB's going vertical. Yeah, that's kind of cool. This is fucking ridiculous. Hmm. SPX is basically the Nvidia chart. You're not wrong. Honestly, things probably would have been fine if Apple hadn't sold off. That was rough. It's starting to recover. Ooh, EPAM's almost green on the day. You go, girl. Hmm. That's 55.05 was yesterday morning. Ooh, setup looks bearish as fuck. Dork, we're gonna lose. They need to buy all the stocks right now and stop letting dispersion slide. Dollar is kind of relaxing a little bit. So are yields, but I don't think enough. And they need to pump the absolute fuck out of this right now. Otherwise, they're going to be dead for the day. Look at this fucking Nvidia volume. Two 8.3 million blocks. Jesus Christ. XLK is a fucking joke. It also barely has. It's like it's not even like the top 10 Nvidia ETFs. I think IVV has like 25 fucking or 100 million shares or some shit now. What prompted you to say they're gonna lose? It's 2 o'clock already. I mean, Charm's not getting any better. How much interest is falling off today? Quite a lot. It's a big expiration. I mean, it's quad witching. Amazon sold off hard too. Microsoft's still everyone's champion this week. Have all the crashes been on quad witching? No. Who won the Quant Weekly picks? Uh, right now it's me. Yeah. Actually, it might be like a tie. Okay, if we close under 54.50, it's me. Dork. Dork said 55.30 end of week. Well, 55.30 was Gamma Max. You want me to move it up $10? Because then I definitely would. No, I don't think so. This is it. This is the moment where bulls can turn charm on their favor. Well, I'm Dork, and I think we hit GM before we crash. You timed him out for it. You know, if you keep timing him out for 10 seconds, it's still just a 10-second timeout, right? I don't know if there's a clock. I don't want to play the bear song. I want it to rip. Yeah, leave this little baby gap, break 65, and rocket this bitch. Dear Dork, gargle my nuts. He keeps timing you out for 10 seconds at a time. I thought the rip window closed. No, it was closing. If we close high, if we close higher at the end of this week, like if we close at like 5,500, 5,505, that's, I think that's very bearish for next week. But going up here isn't bearish. It would just be bearish for next week. Because the like out of the money positioning is less likely to roll over. There we go. Pump it harder. They're not pumping hard enough, Doric. We got positive delta. They're so close. Just a little bit harder. What's the top we could test today? Like 54.90-ish. It's not great. Yeah, maybe the short call squeeze. Ooh, look. Somebody just bought a ton of Microsoft for no reason. This is perfect. No matter how good of a trader Dirk becomes, Popcorn will be the man of the people. Bips, 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 bips. Nice, Theta Decaying Corpse. Well done. Butterfly meme, is this dispersion? Well, they're not shorting the vol very hard here, which is probably helping them out immensely. But they are definitely going long on Mag 7. Apple's pushing up into VWAP. If that breaks out, that's pretty good. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia's kind of like the ugly duckling here. I'm not in a great position. Amazon kind of wants to come back to life. Look at EPAM go. Yes. Wait, was that the level? Oh, you saucy bitch. Nice. Okay, I just need EPAM back to 250 in the next 2 weeks. It's perfect. You can do it. This piece of shit still needs to go $8 higher for anything really bullish to happen. But I like the things NQ's doing right now. Let's go back to 20,370 for no reason. $18, you mean? No? If we break 75, we're on the ride. Like, everybody's in the clown car above 75. Microsoft is the people's stock. The fucking AVGO double bottomed at 80. Fuck, that's tempting. Do you actually think EPAM can make a 40% move in a month? I mean, I have shares and I have leaps, but why not? It went down 30% in one day. I only needed to go up 26. Or wait. Sorry, 36. Who sold a put? Someone did, right? Someone sold a bunch of them. You know, Pi-Fi level's asleep with the AC out, man. How do you even function? What do you mean? It's been rough lately because we're collating all the data sets, and sometimes the data's very, very late to show up at night, and so I gotta stay up and wait until it's out to do pickles picks. But hopefully that'll get better soon as we wrap up the initial stages of development. I'd rather spend 5 hours waiting than 45 minutes looking at spreadsheets. It's 5 hours of looking at spreadsheets, too. Yeah, no Chad. That's all I have to say. You look. What's the average portfolio value in here? I assume due to all the complaining, it's like $200. Also, the positions people buy. Bulls are gonna get stumped at 54.75, probably. They might get stumped at 65, which is really bad. Above 75, does it get better? I mean, as long as they don't sell puts. Like, if all they do is just buy cheap out of the money calls, it gets a lot better for them. But if they start selling puts and getting greedy, it's gonna get ugly again. Apparently my bank called, and so my net value was negative $100. What does that mean? You don't even exist anymore. Are you talking about next week options to you? You really need to specify your timeline here, man. I see where your confusion's coming from, but I think it's because you don't understand how time works, and I'm willing to help you with that. Okay, so being down is not that bearish, right? A allows the market maker hedge to drift up, right? And it also means that out of the money positions are likely to roll forward, right? If we move up really hard today and those out of the money positions go in the money, they're less likely to roll forward. The hedge is going to get pressured and it's going to stay locked into place, which means it will open Monday with the market makers doing a hedge below us. And so when they go to reposition short vol, they're going to sell the long volatility, right? They're going to sell the long all those puts as they try to reposition them and hedge off the big drop in charm from today, which can drive the market down. So it's far more bearish for us to close high, right? Above the hedge here than it is for us to close below it. So if we close today at like 54.50, MMVN and MMGN are going to drift up after the expiration, right? And that'll give us room to the upside. And all of those calls that are here right now are going to roll out. And they will act as, support for a move to the upside. But if we close at like 5,500, the hedge is going to stay locked down here. And if they roll the short puts forward, they're going to push the long those puts into next week, which is going to make the want to dump delta, right? And that's going to push us down. So it's actually better to close up today if you want bearishness next week, whereas a close on the lower side of the hedge would be bullish into next week. Are you working on giving us classes on how to tell time? I can do it on an analog clock, but I haven't mastered a digital one yet. Son of a bitch. My EPAM position I opened 3 minutes ago is down 0.13%. Will my wife still love me? No. Actually, she already left me a voicemail. Why would bulls push today, knowing this information? Because they have out of the money calls that they bought in order to try to gap the market up overnight. And they still want to make money on those calls. It is extremely contested. We were fighting, bulls are fighting back against the negative charm, right? So even though they have all those out of the money calls, all of those out of the money calls are constantly shedding delta, right? Every tick delta is falling off that aggregated out of the money call position. And so the market makers doesn't need to hedge that shit anymore, right? So they sell the underlying. Um, if they can get those calls back in the money and start getting the delta built back on them, then the market maker is going to buy and reinforce that move to the upside. But they need to get price up high enough that the delta starts getting back onto those calls, and as time decays, they need to get the price higher and higher in order to accomplish that. Oh, did GME finally like fucking lose 25? Like really lose it? That's bad. It's gonna squeeze out some of those short puts. Ooh, rough. Well, I guess I'm glad I got stopped out when I did. Ooh, this is very good for my short straddle, though. Excellent. I feel like I should close these calls. Hmm. We're gonna need some more bull pumpies here. Yeah. But how the fuck are you down on your EPAM position? Never mind. Ooh, okay, Amazon's getting a bounce. Google, a little bit. Supportive. Not a bounce, but looks good. Nvidia needs to turn around. I think Apple still needs to turn around. Yeah. Ooh, fucking Apple sold off hard again. What a piece of shit. It's like everybody that didn't get to sell it to 11 the first time was like, oh boy, now it's my turn. I swear to God, if Tim Apple fucks my day up. What shares? Do you have any idea on how you're gonna die? Yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep at my computer looking at charts one day, and then I'm just not gonna wake up. Jesus, that's kind of dark. Like a warrior? Exactly. I made a joke that insinuated XRT might be interested in DFE shares. I don't think so. They have infinite. How do you recommend to grow a small port of $1,000 Canadian? I figured my best bet is Pickles Picks. Well, first of all, get really, really fucking good at trading. Probably with a paper account. I don't think Pickles Picks are gonna be. And there's frequently Pickles Picks cost more than $1,000 to enter. Um, I don't tend to focus on like smaller plays. But you could, you're probably gonna want to look into like selling theta. I don't I don't even know if you can. As long as it's not like a Canadian retirement account. You guys aren't allowed to sell puts, right? That's difficult. Maybe learn spreads. That might be your best bet. And then look for stocks with like 50-cent strikes. I think I speak for everyone when I say I'm glad you woke up the other night. Me too. You could also die of boredom reading AJ's questions. Yeah, that's also a fact. Can't do spreads on tax sheltered accounts either. Canada sucks. First, step one, leave Canada. Are you completely out of the AVGO weeklies? Yeah, both the longer term play and the zero DTE one. Yeah, AVGO is fucking awesome. The only problem with it is like kind of pricey for people. Although I think the put ladder was perfect. Cost of entry was like zero and like 1,000 max loss. I don't believe Canada is real. I think it's all just America's hat. Yeah, you're not wrong. We can sell calls, but I've never tried to sell puts. Thanks for the advice. I'll most likely end up YOLOing it and losing it like a regard you taught me to be. Well, if you can sell spreads and you can find a stock with 50-cent strikes, you can make a decent amount of like you can make decent returns selling spreads or condors, if you can really pick the right stack, and then you can harvest theta that way, and so you have enough money for better plays. IBKR is better than WeBull for pretty much everything. WeBull is just easy to use. Hmm. This is so disappointing. Why am I looking at Nvidia on two separate screens? I don't think the Bulls have got it today. They're not doing a very good job. That's an insider buying on Clove and $40,000 in premium opened. Uh, none. Who cares?
We're still right on the boundary of negative charm. If bulls are able to push this up a little higher, charm will move positive. Maybe don't show that person your Vega pooties. That's on SPX. I think for us to get to 5,500, it would literally have to be a squeeze. Has DFE faded back into darkness? I have no idea. Has he? Will he stop posting his positions? Mm. Hmm. 251. Hmm. I'll breathe out of whatever hole I want to breathe out of. Who's coughing now? How you doing, man? Jimmy's gotten worked 99% of the days the last 2 years. Two run-ups pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. Yeah, yeah. I don't disagree with that. Son of a bitch. Matt, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Gold getting pounded to make doubloons. Yeah, gold got hit pretty hard today. But I think some of that may have been the drop in the yuan. Like, maybe seeing PBOC selling some of the gold they stockpiled. They were fucking way off target from their set rate. I think it's supposed to be like 7.14 to the dollar right now. It's almost at 7.30 to the dollar. Oof, yeah. Yeah, some of the out of the money call positioning starting to fall off. You still have a lot of gamma near spot, but not much. But they still have a ramp above 75. No. Not really, no. Gamma's flat above 75 to like 90, but yeah, it's starting to fall off. Doesn't look very good for Monday either. Puts coming in at 75, 80, 90 on Monday. A lot of them. Sold? Maybe. There's like some calls for Monday at 55, and that's about it. Dropping the out of the money calls will reduce the effect of charm a bit, but probably not much. I don't think there was much delta left on them at that point. And there's still calls at 75, so those are still pushing down on price. I don't really expect GoEV to rocket, but I guess it could move up. What's your PC builds? I don't know. I have like a Radeon 78 something and 390, 64 gigs of RAM. Jimmy's gonna test resistance at 20 at this rate. Yeah, I mean that's the next stop to the downside. Charm's still a little bit negative here. Almost positive. Positive at like 70. Should I put wall at 70 for Monday? Not really, but there's a put wall at 75. Big fucker. Mm. With recent GME events, can you talk about whether this changes the expectations for new cycles and potential options plays again? But I mean, there's already volatility to sell. I don't know if the cycles are gonna reinvigorate or not. They should, as long as volatility remains high. You're gonna attract short vol sellers, and short vol sellers are what drive OPEX and ETF FTD price action. So you buying Jimmy puts? No. I have sold calls at $20, which I'm trying to close out of. And then I have $20 CSPs that expire today. How many screens are in front of you? 3? Well, 3 monitors. 5 screens. So you're buying GME. How would I be buying GME? They're at $20. I'm not gonna get fucking assigned. They're not covered calls, they're naked. And I sold them when we were at 28. They're already up a lot. I don't want to carry them over the weekend. Someone doesn't understand how CSPs work. Yeah. Be quiet. Hmm. Got a little bit of out of the money call buying going on there. On this turnaround. Probably just gonna give it up though. Hmm. Time is it? 3:10. Are we melting up? Our bulls are still trying to push for positive charm, which they haven't gotten yet. There's so little delta and gamma, but they started buying back the out of the money calls again on the drop there. So we'll see. I have a feeling if they're going to get any kind of price improvement, they're going to have to do it right at the end of the day. Retail buy rate shot over 200% on GoEV first thing this morning. It came back a bit, but I'm hopeful that we could see a bit of covering for the OPEC settlement. That'd be cool. $20 July 19 puts are still dead. Yeah, out of the money puts generally don't perform very well on GME. They tend to be a bad buy. And there was more movement a few weeks ago. They did fairly well though. But generally, if GME's price is dropping, there's a lot of IV crush, so you end up overpaying on the IV side for the puts. I mean, yeah, sure. If you buy like an at the money put and it goes $40 in the money, you're probably gonna make some money. But the out of the money puts generally, by the time the IV's crushed, you need them to go so deep in the money just to cover the cost basis that they weren't worth buying in the first place. It's far better to be on the short side of volatility than the short side of delta. You can do both. Dude, what the fuck is with this resistance? Have fun at your Renaissance Festival, Patty's groupie. Hmm. No reason there's such a low OI and volume on zero DTs. On what? I don't know what stock you're talking about. On SPX, there isn't low volume or OI. There's a fuck ton of OI and a shitload of volume. There's like fucking 200 and or 409,000 volume on calls and 625,000 volume on puts. It's centered its spot then, I guess. No, there's been a lot of out of the money movement. And look, fucking, it's like 62,000 volume on the 5450. On the call side, there's, 60,000 on like the three strikes right out of the money. There's 50,000 volume on the 5490. The OI on almost every strike is in the thousands. People are still trying to buy the dip on Nvidia. I hope they succeed. Would you be able to trade with no numbers and just charts? No numbers on the charts either. Just buy a sell button on SPX for calls and puts at the money. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 out of the money. Sure, but why? I mean, there's a lot of put volume too. It's not as much, but there's still a lot. There's like 40, 50, 40, 60, 35,000, 42,000. Still seeing the potential for covering on GME this week. Yeah, losing fucking 25 today is bad. MMs disagree about direction for next week. I think participants do. That's why they're paying more for volatility risk premium. Jesus. Jimmy had a chance to run this morning if it broke 26. DFV also exercised his options before the June run in 2021. I don't really think him exercising his options has a lot to do with anything except he was bleeding on his calls and it was only going to get worse. Where do you get questions like this, Lawrence? Hold on, let me pull up my distribution of market crashes and give you the probabilistic outcome. What the fuck are you even asking? Am I the asshole for not buying 5465 butterflies? But why not just ask when puts? Oh no, I'm bored and I want SPX to be fun again. Well, it'll be fun when volatility goes up. You could just not trade until VIX is above 14. I have a bunch of puts. I stopped trading it a few weeks ago to do IRL business picking up. Too busy to watch. I mean, I still don't know how you expect me to just randomly produce like a distribution of crashes. I get that it's boring. But you can always just sell theta, right? That's what theta does best, is boring. You just fucking give it to somebody else. I did something with unsettled cash. I bought NVDL. The top is probably next week. I mean, are you trying to ask, like, can they get around the problems they've caused and achieve their glorious landing? No, not at this point. One does not simply sell theta. I mean, yeah, you kind of do. There's other shit attached to it, but what's the max on GME? What do you mean the max? GME looks like it's fucking dying. Max Payne? What the fuck does Max Payne have to do with anything? Jesus Christ. I don't think we land softly, but I do think we have at least 2 to 3 more months of pumpies. Maybe. Not without a pullback, though. We need some kind of pullback here. Otherwise, the hedge is just going to stay stuck. And we're just going to grind against Vega neutral forever. today was the pullback. It wasn't enough. We need to pull back pretty far, like 4350, at least 5400 or 5350. There's no liquidity, right? There's no more leverage anywhere. And we're at gamma max, so there's no more hedge to the upside either, right? So it's just we're just stuck here. Unless things change, right? And people start pulling money out of money markets and putting it into equities, which I don't see happening. Money markets are still growing like week over week. S&P earnings yield is just moving straight up. Gamma max on SPX at 55.45. It doesn't matter. You can't really get to gamma max. You can't get to gamma max this way without Vega neutral being higher. So they need to pull back vol exposure. Otherwise, Vega neutral is just going to keep price pinned. We don't even need to get to gamma max. No, because we can't get above VN. Like we can overnight, right? But then we're just gonna fall right back to it. The market maker is already overweight puts. Like you sell them more, they go long puts. It's kind of a hard stop, right? It has a little bit of like flexibility, but not much. Theta max on GME isn't the Jan 26 contract? Nice try, rare. I hate this fucking market. So we can't have VIX over 1350, and we can't have VIX under 13. What an amazing day. At least EPAM's still going out. Nice. Quite the nice reversal there. It's a bad idea to buy a straddle in the morning because of IV. Sometimes. I mean, IV on SPX generally doesn't spike all that much in the morning, but like first tick of the day, yeah. That's a terrible idea. Excuse me. They just need to get actually bullish and buy the underlying. Well, But they don't want to buy the underlying. They want the MM to buy the underlying. They want to go long volatility, and they want a short vol on the index. But the capacity for the index to handle that much short volatility is still limited. What's the best news EPAM could get from the two wars happening right now? Well, I don't think the war in Israel is gonna affect anything to do with EPAM. If there were ceasefire talks between Russia and Ukraine, maybe that would probably be very bullish for them. If we had a serious salty rant about stock people talking about options and I missed it, maybe. Didn't Putin and Kim Jong just have a boys' trip weekend? I don't think ceasefire is in the near future anytime soon. Said the same thing twice there at the end of that sentence. Hmm. I mean, that'll depend on if Kimmy Boy can deliver the bullets, right? How do I long drone manufacturers? Ukraine won't stop defending itself. Russia just wants Ukraine refuses to come to the table headlines for smooth brains. I mean, I don't care about either of those things. I just care that they announce a meeting to sit down for a ceasefire agreement. I don't expect them to agree to shit, right? Simply the idea. That's all the market needs, right? To price up EPAM. Do you have any OPEX run exposure on memes for next week? I mean, the ones I own, yeah. this is it. We've got 23 minutes. Maybe. QQQ starting to break up. Nvidia push through? Not yet. What do you think about Hertz right now? They just did a senior note offering the other day. I think that company's probably closer to going out of business. They're also getting their debt downgraded, which isn't bullish. They've just been barely surviving for a long time now. They're making so much money selling Tesla Model 3s. You mean the car whose new car price dropped 40K in a year? I'm sure they're killing it on selling the used ones that they bought at the top. I bought the pullback on SRF. Long uranium, like probably like another 2 to 4 more years. Is it true that Nvidia sells chips to themselves and calls it revenue? Sort of. That's a very simplistic way of putting it, but did you just think it was just going to go straight up forever? Jensen said Nvidia is an AI by itself. Jensen says a lot of things. Most of them are bullshit. Every day AI gets closer to religion and further from science, and Jensen's the Pope. Hertz isn't in my wheelhouse. I used to play car a bunch back in the day. That was fun. How's Nvidia charm into close? Are you asking if it can break 127? Maybe. Risky. Carvana? Like 120, 119. Are we witnessing the rebirth of the famous nut mix? Maybe. Haven't decided. There's so much fucking out of the money call volume. We're just not moving at all. Are we ever gonna get the pimento again? Maybe. No, a lot of those calls were bought from the MM. That's why the MM's keeping them out of the money. G-Bean better not go below fucking $20 before 4 o'clock. I swear to fucking God, if I get assigned on GME at $20, I'm gonna be pissed. I don't want to buy them back. They expire in 13 minutes. Hmm. Again, everything's red today except the dollar and Ethereum. Got 5 contracts. Already closed 2 2550s just in case. Hit with it before in 2021. Forgot my lesson. Nope. Dump into close. Nvidia just lost like fucking 60 billion in market cap. Ooh, rough. All I want is a quick drop to 3,200. That's not even that much to ask. You pay him with a mini rep end of day. Yeah, it's kind of doing it right. It's a nice reversal. Make like $131,000 per Vega 2D on a drop to 3,200. $10,000x. Let's go. We're practically there already. How wrecked would the rest of your holdings be, though? Who cares? Now hold the fuck up. Wait. No. Too many profit takers. If they reverse this, that'd be fucking nuts. AVGO is like crashing right now. I clearly just should have held my weeklies into the very last 5 minutes of today. No problem, manga man. You think a good MU earnings will pump Nvidia AVGO again? It could, yeah. It'd be funny if we squeeze the short puts over the next 3 minutes. Probably won't happen, but if we lose 60, it gets weird. The only two exciting candles were at the end of the day. Go figure. We had some fun ones earlier. The rip that Apple killed was kind of interesting. You mean selling 5465 butterflies, Dave? Think I should sell or hold? I'm down $500 so far. I don't know. Do you think Nvidia is going to be a 3.7 trillion dollar company in August? Describing that event as a rip is a bit generous. We went up $20 in like 20 minutes. That's kind of a rip. Absolutely. It was gonna rip. That was the chance, and they blew it. Right here or earlier? Because they blew both of them. I don't, but I think it's right before earnings. So not sure what I should do. Well, unless it goes up substantially between now and earnings, those contracts are going to be worthless by the time you get to earnings. The one Apple killed had a ton of momentum. Yeah, it did. They still might not have been able to like hold above VN though, right? They were still selling a lot of puts on that. Ding ding. EPAM though, killing it today. Almost back at 185. Fucking just $15 move today. Pretty nice. Yeah. It's almost like a company that should probably still be worth $500 to $600 a share doesn't want to stay at a 170, right? Nuts, I know. SPX, Jesus Christ, yeah, closed right within my expected move, down 14, 15 points on the day, so one bip lower. Yeah, still below Vega neutral and pretty much unable to get above it for the entirety of the day. It's presenting quite the hard cap on bulls and short-term options positioning. I'll sell my Nvidia call. I mean, it's up to you, but you could probably still sell it at a gain if Nvidia bounces back. Futures just flat on the day too. Nothing interesting there. And we still failed the trend. We didn't bounce back to retest the trend, which is interesting. And if that's the retest of the trend and the failure, that's kind of bearish. Commodities down today. We actually saw metals and energy slip a bit today. I think some of this has to do with like Chinese foreign investment was down much further than expected, and that was a lot of people were thinking that was going to turn around. Um, Yuan lost some ground earlier today. It's recovered a bit, but over the week, it's still very far from the PBOC's like 7.14 exchange rate, right? That they're trying to set. So pretty weak there. And then we have, you know, the yen just nosediving. USD JPY almost at 160 going into the weekend. Dollar at 105.80 and starting to push up into that high resistance. Break above that, you know, we're probably going to see dollar move up 106, 106.25. So quite the bullish move in the dollar there. That hasn't started to drag yields up substantially, but it is kind of putting a bottom on them, and that is tightening up inversion a tiny bit. We saw a correlation on the 1 month pick up a ton today, so a lot of short vol sold in the near term to protect the downside. Meanwhile, correlation on the 3 month breaking down. Those are pretty divergent right there. I, I don't think that could be mistaken for anything else. And that means that they're shorting near-term volatility, but pulling back long-term volatility shorts. And that's a sign that positioning is breaking down, right? They're trying to get out of their long-term shorts on vol, and this could mean that, you know, they expect that volatility is going to rise substantially in the near future. JPY carry trade not leveraged up very hard, despite the big drop in yen. You know, we see leverage pretty close to yesterday's high, and down a little bit from the intraday today. Yield curve inversion's tightening up a bit, and that's putting upward demand on volatility. However, this is still negative and not a serious threat yet. Bond vol still staying pretty elevated, but now we're starting to see a breakdown in 3 month correlation, which is more aligned with what we would expect given the increased volatility on the bond market. Skew pulled back a little bit today, but that may have just been in response to the AM expiration. I don't think there's a lot to derive from that. This is probably no longer true, but at the close yesterday, 52.68% of the S&P was above its 20-day moving average, which is a little bit more breadth. And RSP performed okay today. I think Dow was pretty flat and Russell was up. So, you know, breadth coming into support today, but, you know, major indexes selling off pretty hard. The NQ down 21 points, ES down 18. VIX correlation ends the week at negative 10.17%, which is the most positive correlation we have had since November, and that's now locked in on the weekly. If we start to see that turn around, and correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures starts to pick up, we could get a large move in volatility. So keep an eye on that. Fed funds futures pricing in 0.36 cuts for the end of the year. So those aren't really moving much. And there hasn't been any macro data there either to push that around. Anyway, that's about it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you Sunday for the weekend stream at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you all so much. I hope you all have a lovely weekend. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.